Evening, everyone. The time is 5:16 p.m. Being that it seems we have quorum here, may we please have attendance? First of all, welcome to everyone that's taking the time out to be here this evening, both in person and online. We really all appreciate the time and dedication taken to be here. May we please have roll call for attendance, please, Ms. Ship?
Board Member Graham,
Present.
Board Member Ovalle, Board Member Edmiston,
Present.
President Trujillo.
Present. With that, we do have quorum present. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5:16 p.m. If you choose to do so, please join me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. With that, I will do our tribal land acknowledgement. In partnership with the tribes who called Phoenix their home first, we acknowledge and respect the land our schools are built on. We commit to being a strong partner with any and all tribal nations who entrust their children to our schools. We are grateful and honored to be partners. With that, we'll move on to item A3, the adoption of the agenda. Dr. Gonzalez, any recommendations for our agenda this evening?
Madam President, we recommend that you accept the agenda as it is presented.
Thank you. Any discussion from the board?
President Trujillo, I just had one sort of point of inquiry. Are we able to have a discussion with regard to changing the places of two of the substantive items on the agenda?
Absolutely. Which items would you like to discuss?
I believe it's the order of items F1 and F2.
Okay.
I'd like to at least discuss or propose potentially flipping those items, and I can get into rationale for debating the merits of that. I think part of the challenge I've had in diligencing those items is that they're kind of linked in a certain way. I think in any event, there's a universe where we may have to take a vote on one or both of those items, contingent to some extent upon a decision made in the other ones. And because of specific questions I have with regard to item F2 and how the contingent vote may be proposed, I would like to recommend item F2 potentially coming before item F1.
There's no issue with switching it. If there's a second to that.
All right. With that, I move that we adopt our agenda as Board Member Graham mentioned, having item F2 become item F1 and item F1 becoming F2. Is that all right with you, Mrs. Ship? Okay, perfect. With that, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you kindly. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
Aye.
Aye. With that, our motion passes and we will move on to our item B1, the current event summary. Dr. Gonzalez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, cabinet members, our audience, and the viewing community. We are so pleased to welcome members of our Superintendent Student Advisory Team this evening. They will be sharing their comments with us shortly, but I wanted to provide a really quick update and thank you to our City Councilwoman for District 8, Councilwoman Keisha Hodge Washington, and her staff, along with our partners at Tonatiuh, who have invited us to attend a community meeting last week at Herrera about opportunities for land reuse, and it actually ties directly to our agenda items that we'll be discussing later. I was able to attend the meeting and got to meet Silvestre Herrera's niece and learned about the history of the neighborhood and the dreams that they have for that area, and really appreciated the outreach of these two partners. Phoenix #1's Indian Education Winter Celebration Night was held December 4th, focusing on cultural connections, community building, and the rich tradition of Native American storytelling. Thanks to our leaders, Mrs. Begay and Ms. King, for setting a respectful and inclusive tone for all of our families. Today, we also had our business partner luncheon, and we are so grateful to the amazing community and business partners who've continued to offer support, insights, and questions as we work to make Phoenix #1 a district of significance for the next 154 years. And speaking of partners, it is time for our Superintendent Student Advisory Team to be part of helping us not only in the work that we're doing as trying to become a district that is focused on belonging, but also they have been working. We had 5 of our members who participated in our district safety committee, and they will be continuing to work on that with us as we continue to make adaptations to our plans. But tonight we have with us Joanna Mendoza and Zoe Chavez from Bethune, and I'm going to turn it over to them.
Hello, my name is Joanna Mendoza. I currently attend Bethune Elementary School, and I'm in 8th grade. I hope to attend Bioscience High School.
Hello, my name is Zoe Chavez. I currently attend Bethune Elementary School, and I'm in the 7th grade. I hope to attend North High School.
We are members of the Superintendent Student Advisory Team. Our work as a team provides us with leadership opportunities to improve our schools and the school district. The Student Advisory Team had a virtual meeting on November 21st. The highlight of this meeting for me was to figure out how we can gather quantitative and qualitative data.
My highlight of the meeting was seeing and talking to everybody once again. During this meeting, we began discussions about collecting data for our action research project. Our project will focus on creating a sense of belonging in our schools while considering the lens of coherence as it relates to belonging. During our meeting, we learned about 2 types of research. One type is quantitative research. This means numbers and data. Examples of quantitative research include surveys like a feedback form that students fill out.
Another type of research that we discuss is qualitative research. This means more opinions and feelings rather than numbers. Examples of qualitative research include focus groups and interviews. We decided that for our project, we will collect data through both types of research. We will use a belonging feedback form to gather quantitative data from all students. We will also hold focus groups from select groups of students to gather qualitative research. So far, what I've enjoyed the most about being on the Superintendent Student Advisory Team is the leadership role, and you can state your opinion. You can also hear others' thoughts on a topic.
What I've enjoyed the most about being on the team is working with others and being heard. Our next virtual meeting is on January 23rd. We are excited to analyze our research and discuss project ideas related to the data that we collect. Members of our team will continue to update the board and community during future school board meetings.
And finally, thank you, ladies. We want to have you check out our website to see the many great events that are happening on our campuses that we're hosting to kick off the holidays. If you happen to be at Herrera tomorrow, there's a Posada and a Festival of Lights, and I will see you there. And then next week, we have even more events. But on behalf of our cabinet and our Superintendent Student Advisory Team, we want to wish everyone a wonderful holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, great job. I'd like to just give a quick thank you to Joanna and Zoe for joining us this evening and sharing your information on the research that you guys got going on. Was the meeting coming up in February, did I hear? January, okay. Just wanted to make sure I made a correct note. With that, my apologies. We are on to item B2, our board members' reports. Do we have any reports this evening from the board? Hearing none, I would like to also echo the students and Dr. Gonzalez wishes for everyone to have a good holiday season and to please join us at the Posada and other winter events that we have going on. With that, we'll move on to item C1. our community communications. This is the time for public comment, and we will adhere to the 3 minutes per participant. Members of the board may not discuss items that are not specifically on the agenda, therefore pursuant to ARS 38-431.01, Section G, actions taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to criticism, or rescheduling the matter for further consideration at a later date. We have one community member attending in person this evening. I'd like to welcome Mrs. April Pettit to the floor this evening. Thanks for being here.
Good evening, governing board members and district leaders. My name is April Pettit. I'm a music teacher and also the president of PECTA. First, I want to express my sincere appreciation to district leadership and the Meet and Confer team. We concluded the Meet and Confer process last week after submitting 28 proposals, all of which were written and researched by an incredible team of volunteers. I have been a teacher in this district since 2003. I have seen many Meet and Confer processes and participated in many. In the past, the start of Meet and Confer was met with dread on the part of PECTA. It was not a pleasant process. It often became contentious and felt like we were on opposing teams. However, things are very different today. Now we truly feel like we are on the same team, all working toward the same goal, ensuring the best possible working conditions for every staff member in this district. And we know that excellent working conditions not only keep people here, they attract people to our district. Working with Dr. Bowman, Mr. Whittle, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. Alshire, Dr. Clinic, and Mr. Fuentes has been a night and day difference compared to even 4 years ago. So on behalf of PECTA and ESPA and myself personally, thank you. Speaking of working conditions, I sent out the quarterly climate survey on Tuesday afternoon. We have already had 156 responses, and the survey doesn't close until the 19th. Of those responses, 39 are from classified staff. That's 25% of all respondents. This survey is open to any employee, and we want every group in the district to be well represented. President Rodriguez is even planning to take a computer over to warehouse and transportation to help more classified staff participate. As we know, getting people to complete a survey is not easy. I have no statistical proof, but I truly believe the reason we are seeing such an incredible response is because staff genuinely feel like their voices are being heard. We presented the Q1 data at the roundtable in October, and both President Rodriguez and I shared the results with our members. Staff see their feedback matters, and that builds trust. Thank you for continuing to create a district where collaboration is the norm and where staff voices are valued. Now I'm going to take off my imaginary PECTA hat and put on my music teacher hat. This time of year is incredibly grueling for everyone, but for music teachers, it is truly next level. I had my K8 winter concert on Tuesday, and I have a performance field trip tomorrow. Preparing students for a performance takes months of work. Rehearsals, logistics, nerves, and all the last minute things that always pop up. I just want to say thank you to district administrators who take time out of their busy schedules to attend a performance or two. It means more than you know. That acknowledgement, that recognition of our students' hard work and our own means everything. So if you happen to see a music teacher out in the wild this month, give them a hug or a handshake for surviving the season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pettit. Mrs. Shipp, how many electronic comments do we have this evening?
We have 4, Madam President.
Thank you. Please begin whenever you're ready.
Our first comment is from Joseph Leon. I want to show my concern with agenda item F2 on the agenda for tonight's meeting. Considering the district has closed 2 schools and is considering the sale of property, the optics of spending nearly $1.9 million on architects to move operations to another facility is not great. This does not include the actual construction remodeling to have this project being completed. I am wondering if there was a competitive procurement completed on this portion of the project, or did the district simply rest on a cooperative procurement agreement? It behooves the district to be mindful of their finances and the optics of how they spend future monies. The district has had an established relationship with ADM and Ben Barkin for years. And it is of the best interest to the community that the district seek vendors they are less cozy for endeavors of this magnitude. Our next comment is from Paul Booth. I am unable to attend tonight's meeting because I, along with many of my neighbors who supposedly did not have enough children for Phoenix Elementary, will be attending the winter concert at Osborne Middle School this evening. I would like to thank board members Edmiston and Ovalle for speaking up and defending the placement of public comments for future agenda so that the public has reasonable access without an unknown time barrier for how long they must wait to speak in person. While we may not always agree, it is essential that the board and district receive as much input as possible from the community. Before I continue, I want to apologize to the district for an error I made at the roundtable at Magnet Traditional. I misstated the district's enrollment loss as 500 students and was quickly told I was wrong by members of the cabinet and that it was not that many. I stand corrected. Employee A presented a revised budget at the last meeting. The correct number is 556, weighted ADM. Now for tonight's agenda, I urge you to table the proposal to spend over $27 million on relocating and building a new plant services facility at the former Anot school site. No competitive lease or sale efforts have been made, and this is not the right time for such a large expense, especially when many of our schools need urgent investment. For example, Magnet Traditional currently lacks its own gym and walk to herds. Additionally, selling our properties now could be risky, especially with potential legislation that might allow us to use unused land like Anot and Dunbar for maintenance and operations, given our declining enrollment. Our schools, Bethune, Lowell, soon to be Venkat Fillmore, are in need of critical repairs and modernization, and this proposal diverts funds away from classrooms and student safety toward an administrative facility that doesn't directly benefit students. Before making any decisions, we need a full, transparent cost comparison between building at Anot and renovating our current plant services location. This should include multiple bids, long-term operational impacts, and a clear explanation of why relocation is prioritized over school renovations. Right now, this proposal sends the wrong message that administrative buildings are more important than safe, modern learning environments. That's unacceptable. I request the board delay this decision until 1, a complete cost analysis is presented, 2, a thorough comparison with renovating existing facilities is reviewed, 3, school and student needs are fully addressed, and 4, the nearby community input on Anot's future is considered. Our focus must be on students, classrooms, and equitable investment in every school. Let's prioritize that before spending tens of millions on a move that doesn't make sense in the current context. Thank you. Our next comment is from Allison Golick. Good evening, governing board members and superintendent. First, I want to warmly welcome Justin Graham to the board. I hope you will be a positive voice of reason for this district and will support the families and teachers who call Phoenix Elementary home. I also want to thank those of you who defended the public's First Amendment right to speak at the last meeting. I am submitting this comment because families across this district are deeply concerned about the direction of student safety and the decisions being made about district facilities and finances. Arizona law ARS section 15-341 requires the board to ensure student safety. Yet this year alone, we have seen students leave campus unnoticed, children exposed to controlled substances against their will, and a lockdown where parents were informed only after the threat had passed. These incidents are not isolated. They reflect a pattern of preventable failures that has been occurring for years. Parents regularly learn about safety incidents through social media before they hear from the district. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable for any school system, and especially for one that has already faced lawsuits over unresolved safety concerns. It is also important to acknowledge a leadership concern. The individual now responsible for district-wide safety previously served as principal at a school where serious safety issues went unaddressed for more than 2 years. These concerns were widely reported in the news and ultimately resulted in the district being sued for negligence. This is not a personal attack. It is a legitimate question about decision-making and oversight. When someone with that history is placed in charge of safety for the entire district, families deserve to know what safeguards are in place. Trust cannot be rebuilt with the same patterns repeat at a higher level. Families across this district want accountability, transparency, and responsible decision-making. We need clear safety protocols, immediate communication systems, and honest updates about how district properties and finances are being managed. ASU Prep has announced its purchase of the former Basis Phoenix property and will not renew its approximately $800,000 lease with the district. With this revenue ending, the district must clarify how the Fillmore campus will be used in the 2026 to 2027 school year. Vacant buildings drain resources for schools that are already under strain. Families have also not received updates on plans for the Dunbar campus. During school closures, the community was told that Fillmore, Bull, and Bethune would undergo major renovations. No plans have been publicly presented. At the same time, the district is proposing to move plant services to a vacant and condemned site that would require more than $20 million to renovate. This adds financial pressure at a time when schools were closed for being too expensive to maintain. Finally, the Annoc community continues to feel the impact of losing its neighborhood school in 2004. Any new plans for that site, including the proposed community garden, must ensure environmental safety, long-term community benefit, and follow through on commitments made more than 20 years ago. Soil safety for the food proposed to be grown at Eden. Our final comment is from Maria Rodriguez. Good evening, board members, cabinet, superintendent, and community. My name is Maria Rodriguez, and I am both a parent and a staff member in our PESD 1 district. I would like to request the approval for the discussion of the potential sale that will allow for the relocation of plant services to Annoc. As a parent, I believe this move will help improve transportation and reduce the delays I frequently experience with my son. There have been several instances of late pickups due to train traffic and congestion in the downtown area. The new location could provide better routes to mitigate these delays and other issues we face with the current bus routes. As the ESPA president, I see this as a valuable request for our support staff and plant services, enabling them to have a better working environment and the comfort and resources they deserve. I urge you to consider approving this sale as it will not negatively impact our students. Instead, it will enhance transportation and improve working conditions for our staff. Thank you, Maria Rodriguez. This concludes our comments.
Thank you very kindly, Mrs. Ship. With that, we'll move on to our section D, our consent agenda. I'd like to move that we approve our consent agenda as listed. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you kindly. Any discussion there? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Aye.
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 Thank you. With that, our motion passes. And we will move on to item E1, adjourning to executive session. I'd like to move that we adjourn to executive session at 5:38 p.m. Do we have a second?
A second.
Thank you kindly. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
Aye.
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 Thank you. With that, our motion passes and the board will recess into executive session for the purpose of consultation with our attorney and real estate consultants of the public body to consider its position and instruct its representative regarding negotiations for the potential sale of the district's property on First Street in Grant. I don't anticipate being in there very long. Definitely not longer than an hour, I don't think. So to anybody that will be waiting for us to come out, we will see you shortly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening. The time is 6:42 PM and I would like to move that we convene into another executive session for the purpose of the formative evaluation of the superintendent. Ms. Laura, if that's appropriate as far as motions go and the flow of our agenda, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you kindly. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
Aye.
Aye. With that, our motion passes and we will be back shortly after another executive session. Thank you all very much. Thank you, everyone. The time is 7:44 p.m. and we will resume to regular session. We are going to hear our next item, receive, discuss, and consider approval of the issuance of purchase orders to ADM Group. Do we have a presentation going on for this one? Or is it more of our discussion?
We don't have a formal presentation scheduled, but we do have, we took a couple minutes to coalesce. And I'm going to invite Ms. Morales. She is our procurement and materials manager. And she's going to talk a little bit about what the procurement process looks like so people can understand what goes into securing somebody for something like this. And then we are also fortunate to have the architect, Jennifer Westelnies, who will also then be available to talk a little bit about how the bid is prepared and then what the scope of the project might actually look like in our situation. So we'll start with Ms. Morales.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And for anybody listening, we did pull this item off consent agenda to have a discussion on it. So that was the interaction. That's what the interaction was about. Welcome, Mrs. Morales. Thanks for being
Okay,
here.
thank you, Madam President, board members, cabinet, community, Dr. Gonzalez. This is the process we typically do for architects. Since I've been here since 2023. What we do is we email out all of the cooperative contracted architects. We give them the scope. We tell them what we're looking for. We have a scoring process, a committee members that come together. In this particular case, there were 7 members from the staff and consultant group. We had 5 proposals come in. ADM was awarded and that was approved by the board, as you recall, and that typically is what happens in every situation with procurement.
Are there any questions about the process?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation. Would you be able to confirm what the project scope, how the project scope at that time was prepared, what went out for the architects to propose on?
I don't think Dr. Gonzalez could speak to that more because we put together the scope of what, facilities and administration were looking for. I think she can speak to that.
Yeah, so when we put together the scope, it largely came out of the conversations we'd been having with Reimagine and thinking about what would we want to see in a space like this. And so that's where we talked about everything, the convening space, the gardens, the state-of-the-art kitchens and perhaps doing ghost kitchens, having charging stations for trucks. We put everything out there because we just wanted to see and really create as, I always love that Ms. Sims says, we can't tell you what the vision is if we don't have something to show you. And so putting together the schematic to be able to say, in the best possible world, this is what it would look like. We recognize we are not in a place to make that happen right now, which is why as we do this, we are seriously having to look at it as a phase 1, perhaps a phase 2, perhaps a phase 3. But our priority is the phase 1 aspect of this, which would be replacing what we currently have in a new location and not going beyond that. At the same time, we know how important it is going to be to involve community and to engage community. And now that we've started this process and it looks like this is something that's truly going to come together, we've also been able to do the walks with the people who are working at Plant Services to say, all right, so what do we actually need? And they've been really great about being able to say to Jennifer and to Sarah and to Aaron, we don't need 4 bays. We only need 3 bays. We don't need a double-decker warehouse. We can given the size of our district now, we can exist in a 1-story warehouse. There are a lot of things that we're hearing that are helping us to create a more realistic scope. But at the time, the scope was show us what's possible. And these are the designs that were produced through that.
Yes, it was also the breakdown of scoring was their approach. How they were going to, how much workload they had, what their qualifications were, what experience did they have, and they were graded as such and scored high.
Appreciate it. I have a follow-up question with regard to the scope and the fee as it was formalized into the bid that was previously accepted by the governing board in that competitive process. I don't know if you or a colleague would be able to speak to how ADM would approach the phasing of the project with particular regard to the fee, to the extent that the ultimate project we pursue on that site is substantially scaled down from a programming perspective from what was proposed.
Right, so in the cooperative, there is the set fees, but I can have Jennifer come
Yeah, that would
and
be great.
speak to the breakdown of the costs.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gonzalez. My name is Jennifer Weskelnies. I am Principal and Director of Architecture at ADM Group. I guess I'll kind of go through a couple different things. Maybe first of all, how the original fee proposal was put together that you will have all seen. As Ms. Morales said, right now, we have not completed programming. We don't know what the actual scope of work is. We were basically just said, based on some of the preliminary work that was done with the district and Nations Group, that there was a identified budget of 27.5 million. That was, I believe, before you guys knew what the purchase price might be and a lot of unknowns. So when we put our fee proposal together, it was based on that number that was given to us. And the way our fee proposal was put together, even though we were procured by a competitive RFP or RFQ, we still put our fees together based on the 1 GPA cooperative outline. And so that is a co-op that a lot of different architects belong to. And we, every 5 years, have to apply back to be on that, and we get our fees pre-approved. And the fees are based on a percentage basis of construction for the dollar amount of the construction and the complexity of the project. So there's 4 levels of complexity of projects and then different tiers based on the construction cost. So I don't have that all in front of me, but I want to say, for maybe projects that are 0 to 5 million, it's a certain fee. 5 to 10 is a different fee. 10 to 20 is a different fee. Over 20, another fee. So that is how we put together our pricing, essentially based on the slot that we fell into, which is noted in the fee proposal. This is like a more than average complexity project with a projected fee of over 20 million. And then further to that breakdown, that percentage applies to the base fee. And then above and beyond that are our supplemental fees, which are things like topographical surveys, food consultant services, traffic study, geotechnical testing, and civil documentation. And that's basically because sometimes districts or clients can procure those services separately outside of the architect's contract. So they're separate. So that's a little bit of a breakdown as to how the fee was put together. Now, since it is based on the 1 GPA scale based on complexity and amount of the project, if at the end of the day, the project only ends up being 20 million or 22 million, our fees will adjust accordingly. And again, I don't have the chart with me, but so I can't say that the fee will remain at 6% for the over 20. If it slides below 20, it might be a slightly different percentage. But not knowing what the price is going to end up, and like I said, when we entered into this, we didn't know what the purchase price was going to be. Now that we know what that price is, and it's significantly less than the 27.5, then our fees will adjust accordingly. And was there another question that you had?
I think that was it. I appreciate it. That's very helpful. If you'll indulge me, just can you clarify specifically how the fee adjustment takes place during the contract? I think part of the concern from members of the community, myself to some extent, is just we're going into this potentially in a phased approach where there's going to be a lot of scrutiny on the costs of that first phase, and what the program is, making sure it's sized around only what we truly need with an eye toward preserving funds wherever possible. And so I'm just trying to get clarity on when the fee, as you work through the percentages of billing, would be reassessed such that we don't overshoot to a great extent what the ultimate phase one project ends up being.
So I can start and then I'll have Jennifer chime in. The original scope was designed for 66,000 square feet. As we're looking, we do not need 66,000 square feet. So as we do phase one, the first part of that is actually identifying what do we actually need and then creating the fee structure based on that. And again, coming back to phase one is we need a kitchen, we need transportation space, we need warehouse space, and we need staff offices. It's taking what we have currently at Plant Services and moving it to a new location and making it up to date so that we have the conveniences of something built in 2025 versus something built 75 years ago.
So as far as how that fee can get adjusted, as of right now, you guys obviously have not approved our fee. So one thing we could do is go back and readjust the fee at this point with what we know, which is essentially what your sale price is. That's the known right now is the sale price. So we could say the sale price is X and we want your fee to be based on 20 million, 19 million, whatever that number is. We won't know the actual cost of construction until we have a contractor on board, till that CMAR is procured and that GMP is ultimately approved. And then at that point, we can go back and we will then make a revision to our fee proposal. And we say, okay, based on, let's say we end up writing our fee for 19 million, but then the construction cost ends up being 20 million. Then we would revise it and then Sarah would update the PO and we would just what we call a realignment of our fees and then adjust it in the next billing.
Quick question based on that. So just so I'm clear on, we could move forward with things tonight and then that adjustment would be made later, or would that adjustment need to occur first?
You could certainly approve tonight's, approve the fee proposal that's before you with the caveat or stipulation that the final PO will be adjusted based on what the actual approved GMP cost is. Or you could ask us to revise it now. And obviously you wouldn't be able to approve it tonight, but it could come back on another session unless,
When we make an adjustment to the PO, that is something that the governing board sees so that they can actually track that in fact the costs are coming under what we had expected. That's part of the public process that goes into this.
Dr. Gonzalez, I have one last question, I think. Would you be able to speak, you or team members, about that public process to the effect that it interacts, or to the extent it interacts with the design itself? What gives some understanding of how the public will be involved and kept aware of the design, especially for this first phase where there's a lot of scrutiny around the cost and the programming?
Absolutely. And I'm making the assumption when you say the public, you mean both staff and the community?
Correct.
For sure. So we have the beauty, one of the great things about the structure of this contract is that it is built, if you do choose to sell, that we have time. We have 2 years at a very affordable lease back rate where it gives us time to thoughtfully do this process. We've learned so much as a district as far as really thoughtful programming and making sure that any construction we do now doesn't impede in any of the visions that we have later. We have done extensive community listening sessions with the communities at Garfield and Edison prior to the construction that's been there. We've talked to staff, we've talked to community partners that are going to be providing services at those schools. We've made those public, we've had those translated in Spanish, we've held them at different times of the day. Those include the architect. The construction companies that we've historically worked with have been really good about explaining to the community and making sure that everyone knows timelines and what's going to be happening. So we're greatly committed to the community and making sure that everyone knows what the plan is going forward. We've been soliciting programmatic feedback for a while. I want to say that this was initially presented to Plant Services, and I'm looking back here to Mr. Olmsted, 7-8 months ago. And we've been soliciting that feedback from staff for a long time. What do you really need? What's insufficient at the facility? And what do we need to add that would make your work experience better? So it's been in leadership updates. We've done some programmatic walks already, but we just want to have constant communication with staff to make sure that they know how to provide that feedback and what they really see, as well as the community. During the Reimagine Phoenix process, we opened up an inbox and we provided a QR code. That would be something we could easily implement if the community wanted to provide feedback to us in a written format, not in a community communication at a board meeting.
And if I may, you also have in your packets a letter from me making a commitment to our partners, both our Councilwoman Keisha Hodge Washington and our partners with Tona Tierra, that we will continue to work closely with the community in designing something that meets all of our needs in a way that we can all live with.
Thank you. One other piece that I think we should make sure is publicly aware is we have a standing meeting with economic development. And economic development already has a listening mechanism in place to work with residents and property owners of the community to receive feedback. And so there are already existing systems that we can tap into to make sure that we're receiving really quality feedback. The land reuse survey and the cultural corridor survey were extensive community gathering input devices, and we've leaned in heavily to those. We would like to be the first entity that actually puts those into construction and into motion into the community.
Dr. Gonzalez, can I ask what any, what do I want to call it, like grassroots efforts? What does, I know the community isn't very large down there, but what does that look like as far as reaching out to the community so they know what's going on in case they don't hear about what's going on?
So again, learning from our experience having to close schools, the ways in which we can reach community. First of all, going with a trusted person in the community and literally knocking on the doors. The good news is it's not a lot of doors, but it's enough doors that we can knock and make a significant impact. Also, creating door hangers and flyers that we can put in the mailboxes, on the doors. And then working very closely with Councilwoman Keisha Hodge Washington in the city. I participated in one of the community meetings for this month in December and got to meet, as I said in my updates, I got to meet people in the community, including the niece of Silvestre Herrera, which was really an amazing opportunity. And to be able to continue to work with these individuals, to learn about their history and to understand how we best recognize and pay homage to the people who came here first and to the sacrifices that they made for this land to be developed. I think that's an important part of the work that we want to do. We've also identified residents who maybe do not live in the community any longer, but who are part of the Ann Ott legacy, and students and teachers and families who worked at Ann Ott. How do we bring them into the fold as well in helping us to think about how we do this next project? So those grassroots community efforts will include all of that. And that's, again, where our partners, Tona Tierra, have been really wonderful in saying, we're going to walk with you arm in arm to make that happen.
Okay, actually, last question from me. I appreciate the time. Just to be very clear for our board, the members of the community, prior to moving forward, notwithstanding the oversight we will have of this process along the way, prior to moving forward with any form of construction contract on the site, the board will have a final opportunity to review and approve that and/or direct potentially changes or reductions to that scope prior to moving forward.
Yeah, that's required. I mean, I don't mean to say that lightly, but yeah, we can't do that without the board vote.
Thank you for the clarification. I do appreciate that. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. Do we want to move forward with the motion, or was this? I think it would be nice for you to give it a whirl.
President Trujillo, if you don't mind, I'd like to propose a motion to approve the contract at a new stipulated, an estimated budget of $20 million, subject to the items, the adjustment discussed here tonight. And I'm moving to approve this subject to this board approving the next item on the agenda with regard to the sale of the Plant Services campus.
Laura, is that sufficient? Perfect. With that, I'd like to second the motion. Any further discussion? Great. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Aye.
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 With that, our motion passes. Thank you all kindly, and we will move on to item F2, receive, discuss, and consider approval of the district sale of the parcels at First Street and Grant.
And Madam President, we'll have Ms. Sarah Sims come and present this, and I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude to her for the work and the thought that she's put into all aspects of this presentation. When we created the strategic initiatives position, I think we had big dreams for what it would be able to provide in terms of revenue for our district. I think Sarah has taken it above and beyond what we could have imagined a year ago. And I just want to say thank you. And I'm excited for you to see what she's put together.
Thank you so much. That's kind. Madam President, members of the board, my fellow cabinet members and the public, my name is Sarah Sims. I'm the Executive Director of Strategic Initiatives. I come to you tonight with a team of supportive individuals here, and I'd like to introduce them quickly just so everyone in Mr. Virgil Berry the third, just junior. We call him Jackie. Mr. Berry is our realty professional. He's under contract and has been for a number of years, and so we appreciate his services. He has elicited the help of Mr. Ryan Duncan from Nathan Land Associates. Ryan has been a valuable asset to this process, and so we're very grateful to have him here tonight. Laura Severblanco is with Gus Rosenfeld. She is our real estate legal counsel. So with that, and of course my computer would like to update right now. Let me postpone. I'm good. Okay. So I have the clicker and I will attempt to do my best, but Randy, you step in if I fall behind, please. So the purpose of the presentation tonight is to explain how a sale of the First and Grant property, also known as Plant Services, will allow us the funding needed to bring to life our dream of relocating Plant Services to the Anop property. And I want to take us back in time, as I often do in my presentations, to early 2024 and the Reimagine Phoenix process. Reimagine Phoenix gathered community stakeholders, partners, staff, and parents to discuss the vision of the district for the next 150 years. 241 stakeholders, individual unique attendees, gathered during 5 meetings over 5 months. Participants reviewed data regarding student enrollment trends, maintenance needs of our aging facilities, capacity of schools, market rate for lease options, utility costs, and overall health of the district budget. And I would like to include that Mr. Berry was one of those Reimagine Phoenix loyal participants. At that point in time, mutual agreement of the committee members was that the district should find ways to revenue generate to subsidize funding to offset declining state and federal funding. Group consensus at that time was to try to lease facilities with available capacity, as lease funds have the most flexibility for usage. The timeline you see here shows the milestones of both Plant Services and ANOT that have landed us where we are today. We have always had a dream of a rebirth of the ANOT parcel. We just did not have the funds to move forward with the vision. With approval of the sale, funds will be available and this vision can actually come to life. When the possibility of this sale became available, we pivoted from the original idea of leasing to generate the funds to eventually build to directly turning the proceeds of a sale into the new facility and keeping that out of our future bond election asks of our public. Oops. The next two slides, excuse me, that you will see will give us a visual overview of the current Plant Services location and why it is neither safe nor efficient at the current site. In the photos that you see here, you will see the 1950s main building in the top photo, which houses our central kitchen, warehouse, and our offices. And then the addition done in 2004, which added the lobby and the garage bays. We recognize the location for our transportation fleet with downtown traffic, the railroad tracks, and the light rail is not safe for either our employees or our students. The current location is surrounded by sporting, entertainment, and convention venues and is incredibly congested. Facilities for employees at the current site are outdated. Examples being we have swamp cooling rather than AC. We don't have sufficient air movement in our maintenance bays, lack of chargers for our electric fleet, just for a few of the examples. I think it's important for the public to know that there are currently 75 employees who report to Plant Services daily. The slide that you see here shows us both the current Plant Services parcel on the left and the ANOT parcel on the right. It is clear to anyone viewing this chart, the density of structures and traffic is so much less at the ANOT site as opposed to the current Plant Services site. The chart that you will see at the top of this slide shows the distance from the current Plant Services facility to each school site, and if a school bus or a delivery vehicle would be required to cross a railroad tracks or a light rail path during their route. You can see in the chart that all but 2 schools require a railroad crossing from the current Plant Services location. We are burning fuel and driver time when buses sit at railroad crossings. If any of you have ever been caught behind the train while driving down Buckeye Road or 15th Avenue, you know how disruptive it can be to a tightly planned bus route. A major pain point for our families is bus arrival time, bus pickup time, getting kids to school on time, and students actually missing part of the instructional day or breakfast. If you move down to the ANOT line of the chart, you can see the distance from the proposed facility to each school, and that 0 routes would require crossing a railroad track to get to one of our schools. I would like to use this slide to orient us on where the parcels are in relation to one another. The current Plant Services parcel on the left and the proposed site of the new facility at the ANOT parcel is on the right in the blue boxes that you can see. I would love for all of you to note that the distance between the 2 facilities is 1.1 miles. We do not anticipate that any changes to school start or dismissal times would need to be adjusted due to the move-in location. We anticipate a reduction in our transportation costs due to an increase in our efficiency from less traffic congestion and no delays at railroad crossings. Now, I would like to show you the preliminary concept drawings of what the new facility could look like. I say could with emphasis because these are only preliminary drawings. Absolutely nothing is final at this point in time. The image that you see before you is from the request for proposals, or the RFP, which solicited responses from architects. This image was created simply from the scope provided in the RFP, which was written by staff and was incredibly robust. It included all of the items that Reimagine Phoenix had hoped for. We know we may not be able to afford all of those robust wishes. Should we sell plant services, we would have so much work to be done to determine exactly what would need to be built on the Anot site. We do not need to build more than we need. We need to replace what we had at plant services, make the facility safer and more efficient, and see what proceeds are left for further development at either the new site or at a school site if a more emergent need did arise. We see the new project being completed in phases. Phase 1 prioritizing our transportation fleet parking, fuel center, and our charging island for our new fleet of electric buses. The last thing that we want to do is overcommit to new construction when we actually have facilities coming back into the fold that we will be able to utilize moving forward. Many of you might be thinking, have we considered updating the current facility at plant services? And we have, and we've run those rough numbers. And what we're looking at is that the actual cost of doing renovations at the current site could actually exceed what it would cost us to build a new facility. Any of you who have renovated an older home know that you don't exactly know what you're getting into when you start a construction project. So it's really hard to budget. And you have to come up to code and you have all kinds of new things that you may encounter. So it's important to mention that even if we did remodel the current site, it doesn't change the safety and congestion issues the current site possesses. We're still really blocked in at plant service. I am going to ask Randy to start this video for us. It's about 2 minutes long, so I'm going to go ahead and have him start that while we are talking. This is a video that Ryan's team at Nathan put together for us. This is a quick view of the Anot parcel of land at 12th Street and Apache. There is no sound to this video, so I just want to be clear, you're not missing anything as I talk over it. First of all, these Google images are from a couple of years ago. There are not cars currently parked in the facility on a daily basis. So as we zoom in here a little bit, you'll see that is the parcel that we're talking about, the Anot facility between 12th and 14th Street. This is looking northbound up 12th Street. As you can see, this is it's representative of what the site looks like now. We are now headed eastbound. The Anot facility was built underground. Anot is directly in the old flight path pattern, and they felt as a safety feature that it would be best to build the facility underground, much like our facility at Hadera. But Anot was built underground, it's a subterranean, and then the play areas and the courts were on the roof of the building. You can see this is a huge parcel of land that was used as a play field. This is looking northwest. You can see that the water has been turned off. We have lost all of the vegetation at the site. As you look this way, you're looking directly into Barrio Unidas Park, which the city has made a large investment to. If you were to keep going eastbound, you would eventually run into, not very far, but run into the rental car facility of Sky Harbor Airport. And then if you went just yet another light further, you would actually be in Sky Harbor Airport. So you're looking now at the westbound. This is Apache. I want to draw attention to the empty lots that you're seeing on the north side of the street. Those are all parcels that were at one time residential lots, and residents had the option to be relocated under the VARS program, and those residents chose to leave the neighborhood, and there are still many, many parcels empty around Anot. This is the front entrance to the school. And again, the parking lot. I think it's important to note that what you're seeing right there where the semi is actually I-17 freeway. The parcel has excellent access to arterial streets and freeways and is much less congested than the plant services lot. One item that we want to be perfectly clear to mention that will want to investigate further is the need for a traffic study. Like I said, there are homes on both the north and south sides of the parcel, and we would love to orient the new facility to minimize the amount of traffic that is passing by the existing residence. Thank you very much. Randy? So as he catches up, thank you. Now that we are oriented to the location of the Anot parcel, I would love for us to focus on the vision of the facility at Anot. First and foremost, we need to build a facility that replaces what is currently housed at Plant Services. Spaces for our child nutrition team to create healthy scratch breakfasts and lunches for students, a place to park, fuel, and charge our school bus and White Fleet, a warehouse space for our team to house inventory, and spaces for our in-house tradespersons to safely store their tools and equipment. While we understand that efficiency, sustainability, and functionality are important, there is also a huge piece of history and legacy that needs to be honored when bringing new life to the existing site. Here you can see a picture of the district newsletter from 1976, which actually shows an image of Miss Ann Ott. She was a real human, and there she is in 1976. Ms. Ott was a teacher and a social worker who understood and valued the importance of access to education for all students. She embraced the needs of the community and their children and provided opportunities to any child who wanted to access the school. She understood education would open doors, and she made sure no barriers were allowed to stand in the way of children coming to school and being ready to learn. Our vision is for this facility to continue that legacy. We envision a place where district functions can be completed safely, where the next generation of workers will be able to access training, allowing them to enter the workforce, and having a point of pride for a vibrant community who deserves investment in their neighborhood. So just to recap, while you've got images of the proposed new facility there, we've laid the groundwork required to begin demolition and rebuild at Anot, as it was deemed end of useful life by the School Facilities District in the summer of 2024. According to school finance rules in Arizona, proceeds from the sale of real estate can only be used for capital expenses, not for maintenance and operations. Super important for us to keep that in mind. Relocation and building costs at Anot can be covered by sale proceeds from Plant Services without the need to request additional taxpayer support through a bond. The Anot site offers greater expediency and safety for buses and employees, along with better employee working conditions. Should funds become available after replacing the needed facilities from Plant Services, our vision of including spaces for revenue generating would be considered phase 2. Included in phase 2 could possibly be the gardens, kitchens, convening space, all of which would require a great deal of community involvement to ensure a common desire for the space is achieved. We have leaned into the work already completed in the City of Phoenix Land Reuse Vision and Cultural Corridor Studies. We would be honored to give this worthy community a new point of pride and plan to use as many design elements as possible to bring to life many components of the land reuse and cultural corridor planning work from 2020. As we begin to wrap up the presentation, we want to cover some questions that were raised regarding the possible sale. We wanted to be very transparent with the appraised property values, and on the screen you can see both the appraised property value for Anot and for Plant Services. As was mentioned earlier, we began this journey with the intention of leasing Plant Services. We greatly desired the flexible funds available from leasing opportunities. Our realty team worked for months to market the Plant Services site in hopes of securing a lease. You can see this is a direct screenshot from the LoopNet, the commercial listing program that Mr. Berry and Mr. Duncan used. And you can see that we had a lot of nibbles, 1,278 total views. But none of those materialized into lease opportunities. What did materialize from the listings was interest in purchasing the property outright. We are so fortunate to have community partners who are invested in the success of our district. This slide shows us valuable connections in the community who we have already shared our vision of the Anot property with and have been met with excitement and nothing but positive feedback. Included in your printed package, you will find letters of support from the individuals at the top of this slide. The partners on the bottom of the slide are community members we would love to engage next, should the board grant permission for the sale process to move forward. Parties that we would be looking to link arms to find out exactly what's wanted in the neighborhood. I have provided a ton of information in this presentation, but this slide may be the most important slide of them all in this deck. This is the timeline we would need to honor to successfully relocate operations to Annot. Anyone who has dealt with construction knows there can be delays. I want to be clear, the district has multiple sites readily available should we encounter a delay and need to make a pivot. We hope we do not have to move more than once, but we have already considered backup plans should this become a reality and we face delays. The ability to continue operations at Plant Services for 2 calendar years at the cost of $1 per year provides the time required to thoughtfully design the facility, gather community input, and properly honor the existing Annot building with the community who still is meaningfully connected to it. We acknowledge that demolition of the existing school facility will be difficult. We vow to rebuild a point of pride for the community for years to come. Administration is committed to thoughtfully engaging the community and our staff to ensure this investment is the shared vision of all who will access the facility and coexist with it in the neighborhood. This slide contains images that were taken directly from the Land Reuse 2020 document. These images mirror some of the important features recommended by the community for the reuse area. They highlight features such as quality lighting, large sidewalks, shade structures, open green space pocket areas, and tons of windows to allow for natural light within the buildings. I want to thank you for your time. Telling the story of the evolution of this project is important as you weigh the decision to sell tonight. Please allow me to close and open the floor to the team who has worked so thoughtfully to bring this project to this important stage. Thank you. And we are prepared for any questions that you might have for myself or the team.
I appreciate the time. Thank you very much for the presentation and all the information. I have a question regarding, I guess, a series of items, so I'll try and keep it to just like two questions so you can remember them. Can you provide some perspective on the nature of the services that are currently housed at Plant Services, how essential they are to the district or not, whatever your opinion and analysis has been about that, and what it would mean to either keep the potential risks or costs associated with keeping those services in place or moving them to a facility that for any reason ends up not being Annot. We can talk about that later, but what it would look like if the sale went through and either the cost proved prohibitive or there was a different decision made for some reason in this process, what that would look like with regard to those services. Absolutely. Excellent question. We need to have a plan for doomsday, if you will, right? Like we need to be sure that we can pivot quickly. We've already talked about those. That's actually the exercise that we engaged in first before we talked about building. Do we have current facilities where we can move food nutrition? Food nutrition, child nutrition is vital. We absolutely have to have it in district. Transportation is vital. We have to have it. We have some facilities that are available, that are open, that are empty, that don't have children on them right now. We want to make good use of those. Mr. Whittle and I have made numerous trips out in the community to see, would the parking lot at one of our closed school sites be large enough to house our buses? Are there enough spaces available? Is there sufficient turning radius so they could get in and out of the parking lot? What would it cost us to add a gate so that we could secure our white fleet? Right now, none of the facilities that we have, they're not available because of the solar panels that we have in place, and the height restrictions of the buses doesn't work with what we have existing.
Doesn't mean that we couldn't come up with an alternative plan. A few months ago, we considered looking into what it would cost to just run some asphalt at Anot. If we ran into a delay and we needed to get off of the plant services lot, what could we do? So we received some quotes. Ms. Morales helped us secure those with some asphalt companies to see if we just needed to park buses. We have the land, we own the land, it's not being used. So that was another area. We've also researched the possibility of using some partner or neighboring district facilities. All school districts are looking for ways to revenue generate. So we looked at, is there a partnership where we could enter parking our buses, charging our buses, doing all of that with a partner district? It's not off the table. It wouldn't be ideal for our employees to get somewhere further away and report to their buses. It wouldn't is expeditious with our routing and our timings, but it's a plan B if we needed to do it. So we've looked at all of those. Food and nutrition is an easy pivot. If something happened, we would be able to move them as early as literally tomorrow. We have existing freezer space, prep space, and we have empty cafeterias and kitchens right now where we could move them. So we feel pretty strongly that we would be able to quickly pivot with those essential services if we needed to. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you. As a follow-up to that, would you characterize those options as, I guess, qualitatively, sounds like you're characterizing them as worse. But do you think that those options would be more expensive on an operating cost basis than just staying in place?
I do. I believe that, like I said, it would lengthen routes, it would lengthen driver time. We would have to work with IT. We'd have to get liability insurance. All of those things would play into being able to move to a partner site or moving those somewhere. And the stress to staff is another very large consideration for us. Part of the beauty of this contract is the ability to move once. There was a lot of uneasiness with staff when there started to be conversation. Folks were like, if I have to move right away, what are you going to do? What's your plan? How are you going to move these items? And so I think we all breathed a little bit easier when we saw the contract and the graciousness of being able to take 2 years at $1 per year and give us time to really make thoughtful decisions about the move. It really lessened the stress level for the employees who will be directly affected.
I have a quick question regarding that 2-year period. I just wonder at what point would a bit forward, but what point would a lease agreement like come into play? Is that just what we saw in the paperwork this evening, or is that something that?
Yeah, I will let Laura speak to that with the contractual obligation.
Good evening, Madam President, and members of the governing board. They provided us an outline of the lease terms. And those would be triple net lease, which means that we pay for our insurance, our maintenance, and property taxes. In the past, we haven't been liable for property taxes, but at that point, we most likely would be. We're already paying for maintenance and insurance. A 2-year term, but we also have the ability to terminate at any time with a 30-day notice. So if we were ready to move earlier, we could. And all the other terms of the lease would be reasonable market type terms. So it's just an outline, but it seems to be very reasonable.
So that like if we do decide to move forward with this, that would just happen at a later time, maybe around closing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we would finalize the lease prior to closing and would be signed at closing.
Perfect. For them.
Oh, okay, the closing timeline is they've got 6 months due diligence
Mhm.
and then 60 days to close. So we're looking, if we sign the contract tomorrow, we're looking at about 8 months.
Got it. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you very kindly.
Any other questions?
I've got a question with regard to the uses of these funds. Obviously, the source we're talking about here is, to some extent, I think a lot of community members are thinking about this fairly so in a time we're living through where there are a lot of competing projects, capital projects in the district, as potentially found money and are concerned about both the administrative burden of executing this project, but also the notion that, what else could we be using these funds are. Could you help provide your analysis, both the strict requirements of how these sale proceeds can be used legally by the district and sort of the nature of the decision to say, at a minimum, we must replace, if we're going to sell this property, the facility in some form?
Absolutely, gladly. So Arizona Revised Statute states that if we are to sell real estate, those funds have to be used for capital projects. They cannot be added into the maintenance and operation budget. I think that is super important for the public to understand. Maintenance and operations is what pays teachers, turn the lights on, does all of those expenditures. Capital is buildings, right? And so if we were to sell plant services, those funds would be required to be used in this fashion. We are deeply committed. We're already in the final phases of campus upgrades and renovations at both Garfield and Edison. We are preparing for our zoo school and our garden school to become signature places. Phase 1 at Garfield has included the HVAC upgrade, a new roof, a new cafeteria. Those we're committed to, those we're encumbered with, those projects are continuing to happen. We have been very forward with the public that our intention in our next phase of bond asks is for investment at Bethune and Lowell and the Fillmore property. We intend to keep those promises. What this sale would do is allow for us to move out of a congested, unsafe site, build what we need as much like for like as we can, meeting current safety standards and current industry needs so that we can have safe and happy employees. Anything that's left over wouldn't be a community conversation with, is the immediate need to go into a school site, or is the immediate need for us to revenue generate so that we can have more possibilities to bring in even more money that could go to projects at any of our campuses. But specifically, the path for investment is finish Edison and Garfield, which we're already encumbered for, and then to move on to Bethune, Lowell, and the Fillmore property.
Thank you. And just quick follow-up as a point of emphasis, you're saying that to the extent that there is good management on this project and discipline from both the board, community, and all the hard work the staff has done here, if we are able to achieve the like-for-like replacement, this phase 1 concept on the Antioch campus with savings from the remaining sale proceeds of this site, if we were to vote to go forward, those funds become available, you correct me if I'm wrong, but for any capital expenditure. They will not automatically be earmarked, nor I think, are we voting on that
Correct.
tonight for future Antioch projects? No matter, I think there's a lot that are very interesting, but that would be a different community conversation.
That's a different conversation. Tonight, we're only discussing the possible sale.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
And I do want to mention, Madam President, members of the board, that when we're talking about the finances of it, we look at the repair versus replace. And with the sale of Antioch, the proceeds would go to the replacement, the capital items that Ms. Sims was talking about. When we're talking about repairing plant services currently, that comes from the M&O fund, the maintenance and operations, because we already have something existing and we are actually repairing what it is there. So those funds from the sale will go into the capital, and the funds, if we were to repair the current facility at Plant Services on First and Grant, that would come out of the M&O fund.
And just to be clear, those funds do not currently exist in the M&O budget at the type of numbers we've seen estimated, 14
That is
million,
correct.
et cetera.
Yeah, our budget is very, very tight in our M&O fund.
Well, we're talking about financing. Another point that I think needs some clarification is there is a limit on your bond expenditure at which, if you do dispose of property, above a certain level, you're required to take 38% of your proceeds to buy down your bond. We are fortunate to be in a financial position where our bond indebtedness is beneath the threshold, so we would not be required to take that 38% to pay down our bond. So that's another testament to, thank you to the finance department for making sure that we're staying under that, but that frees up a lot more of the proceeds for us to be able to reinvest.
And kind of back to the sale, the purchase sale, this 22.7 million would go into our plant sale fund, which is Fund 500, which does generate interest. And we're talking about a 2-year span that we're not going to pay a contractor 22 million upfront for products we don't have. So we're going to have $22.7 million sitting in a fund that is generating interest. And with that interest, we can build other capital projects for other schools.
I think I just have one last question, and I've asked this in some form before, so forgive me, but just, I guess, to be very clear for myself only, to the extent that in the future this board make a different judgment about the feasibility of the final program on the Antioch campus, do you as staff feel comfortable that you have one or more contingency plans, even if they are potentially worse than the condition as it exists today, that would not drastically harm the district? If we felt that that moving forward with even the phase 1 program somehow put the district in like financial peril, that it was over budget, et cetera.
We are making a commitment to you tonight. We will not exceed, we do not have funds available other than the proceeds from this sale. And I think I can say that for all of cabinet. We're making that commitment tonight. The other piece that I would like to say publicly is the synergy right now for partnership with public schools is incredible. That is also something that we are dedicated and we are already committed to and out there hitting the streets. There are individuals who want to partner with us. Case in point, the Phoenix Zoo. We're starting a zoo school. We've had conversations with some incredible community groups, and we would love to see those come to fruition. And I'm not ashamed to say, hey, meet me over at Garfield. I'd love to show you what we're doing. And by the way, this is an improvement we'd love to make there. Would you like to make a legacy gift? So there's a ton of opportunities for us. There are grant opportunities. We've already reached out to the city to see if there's anything that they can do to assist us. This is a very delicate area, and we would love to be the first project or one of the first projects that are coming in. And we'd love to know what incentives are out there for the school district. But we're making that commitment.
So I have a question, just kind of, prognosticating out into the future. Obviously, this property and its positioning has changed dramatically over probably even the last 20, 30 years, let alone when the district first purchased it. Just looking at the project and the plans, say over the next 50 years with what the city of Phoenix is planning to do, what assurances that would there be that the light rail isn't going to be expanded further out and there will be, maybe not sports stadiums, but basically the same conditions that are going to encroach, maybe not overnight, but eventually, that will create the same problem where the property is being moved to?
Good evening, Madam President and Board. We have had discussions with the airport, and the airport has basically stated that they're not going anything west of 16th Street for any time in the near future. The airport has a lot of property in the area and east of 16th Street, but they have no further plans to go because they have a big auto facility between us and the airport. So they're not going to expand anything. That came from the aviation director. Anyways, any further? There.
I don't have any further questions. Does the board want to sit with this a little longer? Or are we ready to move on to a decision?
Depending on the motion, I may just explain my vote when we get there, but otherwise I have no further questions.
Completely reasonable. With that, I move that we approve the district sale of parcels at First Street and Grant. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just in advance of voting, I'd like to just explain how I'm thinking about this as we go down and take our vote. Would you like to wait to make the vote or can I explain now? Okay. I'll just say I'm new here, so I'm taking this opportunity both to my fellow board members, staff, but also any community members that may be watching. I know many have been involved and scrutinizing of this process is very understandable. I share a lot of those concerns anytime there's money like this available, given the recent history of not just this district, but many of its peer districts. It deserves to be scrutinized. It deserves to be asked hard questions when we're thinking of disposing of property. I will say I approach this with some healthy skepticism about the necessity of this sale per se, and that this is the best use of these funds. I have been convinced that the district's current facilities, which serve, as I've come to understand them, a very essential, even though it's not obvious purpose with regard to transportation of the students and the service of meals, in particular breakfast across the district out of the central kitchen plant, are essential and operating out of a facility that's far beyond the end of its useful life. It's not just bad for the students in our district, it's also bad for those employees. And moving them has not been an option because we did not have any money. We have an opportunity now that I believe balances the risks of remaining additional, unforeseen capital costs, attrition of employees, and then continued failure of these central services to some lesser or greater extent versus plunging to some extent into the development unknowns that would be contingent with a project like this. I'm confident that given the amount of money at stake, we will be able to not only manage the project, but what I will commit to the board and the members of the public is continuing this healthy skepticism as we move through this process, scrutinizing the programming to ensure we are only in the first case replacing to modern standards like for like facilities at this campus before moving on to more ambitious projects that must be weighed against any other capital needs of the district with any proceeds we have left. My goal will be to have money left and as much as possible. I'd like to do this for as cheap as we can. With this unlocked value, we are now able to activate out of a facility that no longer serves its purpose and for which the district has no other medium-term need. And so with that, when you're ready to call the vote, I will be voting.
Thank you, Board Member Graham. Mrs. Shipp, may we please have a roll call vote for this item?
Board Member Graham,
Yes.
Board Member Edmiston,
May I explain my vote? Okay, I also approach this with some skepticism. The one thing that I regret is that this hasn't been a more public-facing conversation because I think a lot of the questions that have been coming to us, especially in the last days, are very good questions, very understandable. And it's my assessment that a lot of them are because in some ways this feels to the public like a bit of a rushed decision. But that being said, board members, the ones of us who have been here, we have had the opportunity to be asking questions and exploring this for a couple months now. And over time, my confidence in this has actually grown, which I always put a lot of emphasis on that. The way that I'm thinking about it is that effectively there are two properties here. The district does not need both of them. And as it is currently situated,
When you look at the pros and the cons of which one to retain, it does make a lot of sense to do what is being suggested here, given, an allowance for the fact that there are things that we can't totally account for. And so that's why it's necessary to be judicious about how this is actually going to be proceeding. And I also think that a lot of those questions have been asked and addressed adequately. I also would like to say that one of the first things that resonated with me about this, living in the area where the current plant services is how difficult that area can be to navigate, both because of the light rail and because of the stadiums. And my assessment is that when it's fine, it's okay. But when it's bad, it is a nightmare. And I could tell stories about how that has been for me personally. So I understand the safety aspect of it. I understand the logistics of it. And so with that, I am going to be voting yes. And I do hope and expect that we are going to continue to have robust conversation and oversight and public dialogue about how the next steps proceed.
President Trujillo?
Thank you. I concur with both of my board member colleagues up here, and I'm excited to see what this might look like for the Annoc community and our current plant services employees. And with that, I vote yes as well. With that, our motion passes. And we will move on to item F3 and listen in on our district-wide safety presentation. Thank you, everybody, for sticking here with us. Good night.
Madam President, members of the board, our next agenda item is required that we present a safety plan annually to the governing board to accept. And so I've asked Mr. Dirk Olmsted, who's our Director of Plant Services, and under that responsibility is the direct responsibility of overseeing the district safety plan. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Olmsted to provide an overview of our safety plan. I do want to make sure that there's a caveat. This is going to be a broad overview for perhaps obvious reasons. We can't share specific details of the plans at the sites, but you have your safety and emergency preparedness notebooks that give you more of that specific detail. So tonight's presentation is a very broad overview.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gonzalez, cabinet members, visitors, staff, and our online community viewers. My name is Dirk Olmsted. I'm the Director of Plant Services. One of my primary job responsibilities is safety and security. Tonight, I'm going to review 3 different types of safety features for the district. We have exterior safety, interior safety, and personal safety features for both staff and students. So for the exterior, we'll start with perimeter security and access control. And within that, first thing is fencing and barriers. We have complete secure perimeter fencing around all campuses with controlled entry points. For our gate management, we have automated gate systems for vehicle access during non-peak hours. We have controlled access for maintenance and deliveries. For our signage, we make sure that it is clear, visible signage stating security protocols, visitor check-in requirements, and no trespassing warnings. And last in this area is our landscaping. We maintain clear lines of sight by keeping bushes and trees trimmed below the window level, and this also includes exterior lighting. The second part of exterior safety features is grounds, parking, and traffic safety. First one is parking lot surveillance, and this is high definition cameras covering all parking areas and bus loops. Second is our traffic flow design. This is designated clearly marked lanes for student drop-off, pickup, and bus access, which is separate from general vehicle traffic. Next is school bus transportation. We have certified school buses driven by licensed CDL drivers using an automated routing system, which is Busrite, that schedules riders and it monitors the status and location of all of our buses. We have crossing guards and supervision. We use trained staff or crossing guards at high traffic intersections near our schools. Thanks to the City of Phoenix, we have several hawk lights at Whittier, Bethune, and Shaw, and in the future, we have one coming to Lowell. For our emergency vehicle access, we have clearly marked and maintained fire lanes and pathways for immediate emergency service access. And last in this area is our playground safety. We conduct regular inspections and maintenance of all playground equipment and the use of appropriate safety surfacing, which is the sand, the rubber mulch, the mats. Third and exterior safety features is emergency infrastructure, and this includes our outdoor alert system. This is a district-wide system for audible alerts and public address capabilities for serious external threats. We also have emergency shelters. These are clearly identified areas designated as severe weather or disaster shelters. Last on this is utility access points. We have securely locked and clearly labeled access points for essential utilities such as gas, electric, and water. Under lighting and visibility, we have high-intensity lighting. This is dusk to dawn lighting for all walkways, parking lots, and building perimeters using motion-activated lights in the less traveled areas. We also have address visibility. These are large, well-lit street addresses that are visible from the main road for emergency responders. Moving on to interior safety features. First one is the main access control and visitor management. First thing on this is our secure lobbies. We have two-door secure entry systems that require visitors to be buzzed into an administrative area before they gain access to the main school building. Next, we have office visibility, which is administrative offices are positioned near the main entrance for direct visual oversight of all visitors. And last is our deliveries protocol. These are protocols for accepting and inspecting deliveries outside of the main building entrance whenever possible. Second area in interior safety is our classroom and common area security. And this begins with classroom door locks. All classroom doors must be solid core, lockable from the inside without requiring a key from the outside in order to secure it. Next is windows. We use film or glazing on our ground floor windows to deter immediate forced entry. Next, we have shelter-in-place kits. These are clearly designated, easily accessible kits in every classroom that contain essential supplies. That leads us to hallway visibility. We have elimination of physical barriers in the hallways, such as excessive displays or large furniture, to maintain visibility. Last in this area is our cafeterias. All exterior doors remain closed and locked throughout the day, except for during deliveries or trash removal after meal service. Kitchen access is solely for child nutrition staff. Next in interior safety is our emergency response systems. First is our district-wide communication. This is integrated communication platform that connects all staff and administrative teams across the district. We are currently testing a product to use with our cell phones. We have panic alarms and buttons. These are discrete, easily accessible emergency activation buttons that alert both internal staff and local law enforcement directly. Our fire and alarm systems, they're up to date, centrally monitored fire system and sprinkler systems with clear evacuation maps posted in all rooms. Last in this area is our drill protocols. We have standardized mandatory safety drills such as fire, severe weather, lockdown, and evacuation. These are conducted regularly and documented across the district. Our third area is personal safety. And with that is health and medical. Under that is our AEDs and trauma kits. So we have accessible automated external defibrillators, that's the AEDs, and advanced trauma first aid kits, stop the bleed, that are strategically placed throughout each building. We also have secure medication storage, and this is a locked, monitored storage area in the nurse's office for student medications. Next, we have our wellness infrastructure. First on this is our air quality and our ventilation. So we regularly service our HVAC systems to ensure optimal air quality and disease mitigation. Second is our pest control. We are serviced by a licensed company on a regular basis, and they are also on call for emergency pest issues such as bees and things like that. Next is our threat management. This is mental, psychological, and physical health threat assessments and social support. So this is conducted in cooperation between Phoenix Elementary School District, the coordinator of social services and wellness, and the school site threat assessment team. This meeting is to determine the level of threat and appropriate safeguards to put into place to mitigate this. Second under this is bullying. So threat management allows us to decrease incidents of bullying. We have anti-bullying protocols in place, and we have an anti-bullying curriculum throughout the district, and that's our Kids at Hope. Next is our technology and communication. So we have IP-based surveillance. These are high-resolution security camera systems throughout the interior, accessibly remote by authorized district and security personnel. We have public address systems. These clear functional PA systems with speakers are in all classrooms and common areas, and they're manageable from multiple administrative locations. We have digital floor plans, and these digital maps and blueprints are available to first responders in the event of an emergency. We also have data security. So we have protocols for protecting sensitive student and staff information. That is the data privacy. Next, I'm going to present the 4 phases of our emergency operation plan. So the first one, we're forming a district and school safety committees. So members should include supervisors, teachers, staff, parents, students, professionals, such as local law enforcement or fire. And these safety committees should meet monthly and after a safety event to debrief and refine plans. These safety committees should regularly conduct a risk assessment. So once again, we're working with professionals to identify potential threats and vulnerabilities, issues impacting personal safety of both staff and students, including cyber threats, bullying, health, or other safety hazards. And we look at exterior and interior safety features, and we review past incidents, and we debrief notes to assess what the next steps are. Next is to create a tiered response plan. So we work with professionals to develop specific plans for different types of emergencies. Each plan should have a clear step-by-step instruction for staff and students. And you can see these in those notebooks. All right, phase 2 is our tiered response plans. So these are for active threats, that's our lockdowns. For natural disasters, we shelter in place. For medical emergencies, kind of like allergic reactions. For large-scale emergencies and evacuations, that's where reunification plans and locations come in. Behavioral threats, this is where we were talking about threat management team assessment investigations. And then cyber attacks so that we can have that data recapture. For the staff training and drills, all staff training. So all district employees shall receive initial training on the emergency operation plan. Supervisors shall conduct mandatory training for all staff on safety protocols annually. And training should cover emergency procedures, identifying at-risk behavior, and our reporting mechanisms. We also have specialized staff training. So supervisors shall conduct mandatory safety training for nurses, social workers, custodians, transportation, maintenance and operations, and our supervisors. All staff shall be trained in recognizing and responding to suspected abuse of children and suicide prevention. For our student and staff safety, we provide first aid, CPR, and stop the bleed training to our nurses and interested staff. We provide AED training to staff, and our trained staff should accompany students when we go on field experiences. For our emergency drills, for an evacuation drill, we conduct these regularly to ensure everyone knows what to do in case of an active threat. Fire drills are done monthly. Lockdown drills are done quarterly, and bus evacuation drills are done annually. Then we have emergency drills. We have tabletop exercises. This is used for district level planning, simulates a large scale event, and it tests our communication and response protocols. For phase 4, this is our emergency response plans. So we have an annual review. At the start of each school year, review and update the safety plans based on any new regulations, technology, or identified risks. We reconvene the safety committee to update practices and plans for reviewing safety plans with staff and students. And we communicate updates and review procedures after each drill. Also, for our emergency response plan, we have ongoing audits. So we monthly inspect the school's physical environment to address issues with lighting, landscaping, or other hazards. We meet monthly to review data from threat assessments to monitor and adjust practices and supports. We annually update student health records. We annually review field trip protocols to ensure student and staff safety are considered. And then lastly, we have daily cyber checks to address phishing campaigns or other attempts to disrupt district technology operations. I know I went very fast on that and I covered a lot of things. Do you have any questions at this time?
Okay, I have a couple questions. On the, I don't know if it has a page, I guess it's page 6. Just to clarify, the school safety committees in the schools, do some schools already have those,
Yes.
but not all schools have them?
No, they all should have them.
They all should have them?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, and if parents are interested in that, they're able to,
They should contact the school principal.
okay. Okay.
Thank you, Board Member Edmiston. Great question. So I'm glad we touched on that. I think a lot of my questions I did have were covered in your presentation. The copies that we received, I wondered if those are our final versions or if we also have to anticipate all the updates to kind of include as they're revised. What does that look like for board members?
Yes, we will update those throughout the year as new information comes about. We keep an eye on the legislative process and any new laws that come around.
I had a quick question about translation. What does that look like for I guess for trainings and things like that, I'd imagine that everything is fine in English, but do we have any situations where they do have to be translated into other languages for staff?
Actually, I'm going to let Dr. Bowman answer that question. Were you? Oh, sorry. I will answer that question. The vector trainings are available in Spanish. So all of the required training is available in Spanish. And then we also have a district translator who assists us in providing that for our employees who are monolingual.
And I can address the
Thank you.
AED training. That was a donation to us from Fiesta Sports Charities, and they did offer that training in both English and Spanish. We declined in Spanish, but it was made available.
I just had a nice reminder that all of our equipment for the defibrillators and things like that was just a nice celebration not too long ago. But with that, I don't have any other questions. Are we ready to move to decide whether to accept the plan or not? If you need more time, that's fine too.
One question I did have is that when there is a security breach, can you walk us through the process by which, parents are notified, parents need to be aware of the situation, and then also maybe if there are barriers that come to mind as far as issues with notifying parents whenever there are breaches, what those would be that we need to be mindful of?
That's a great question. When we have a security issue at a school, we always reach out to our executive director of communication, which is Nicole Baker. Nicole, if you want to expand on that.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. So it really is a collaboration between teams. So usually once we get the notification, it's figuring out what can we send out as fast as we can send it out. So a lot of times, I would say the majority of the times that, like, for example, we go into a lockdown, it's like 15 minutes. And so in those cases, at the end of the 15 minutes is when we send it out because it's so short. But longer ones, it starts off with, what's the issue? What do we know? What can we send? And then I work with the principal and whatever law enforcement agency is involved to see what we can release. And so sometimes, a lot of times that is what the barrier is, depending on what's releasable in that moment. And so that's really the aim. What can we release as fast as we can release it? And then we work with the school site to figure out what's the quickest way to get that out. And so sometimes it's printed letters, again, depending on the situation, but we can also use text messages. We can do robocalls, which is usually what happens the most often, is we do the robocall. But one barrier there is if you ignore the robocall or you miss it, you might not get the message in that moment, which is also why the text messages are important. We can also do emails. But again, that's if you're looking at your email. So usually the robocalls and the text messages are the fastest. But then we also have access to Class Dojo, which is an app. So it'll pop up like a text message if you have it downloaded. And so that's usually the standard process. And so sometimes we have to send it out multiple times for people to get it. So sometimes we'll send out a message. Somebody might miss the robocall. They might miss the email, they might miss the text, but then they see it on Class Dojo when they open it at the end of the day. And so that's why we try to get it on as many avenues as we can, because we know sometimes it takes 1, 2, 3, 4 different ways for someone to get a message.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I will go back to my notes here. I move that we approve our district-wide safety presentation. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Not at this.
All right. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. With that, our motion passes and we will move on to item F4. Is it only F4? Yikes. I'll be brief. This item, this item is a reference point for our adopted board goals and superintendent guardrails, as well as other adopted information. So this evening we'll be receiving the progress monitoring reports for board goal 1 and the guardrail monitoring report for superintendent guardrail number 4. With that, let's move on to item F5 and hear information for board goal number 1.
Good evening, Madam President, and our board members and our audience who are remaining in the boardroom and online. This is our goals 1 and goal 4, which are both literacy goals. And we are combining these goals because they are similar in terms of the impact that we're looking at. So goal 1, remember, is our 3rd grade literacy goal, moving from 25% of our students passing the AASA in August of 2023 to 40% by August of 2028. And similarly for our 8th grade students, goal 4 is increasing the AASA pass rate from 29% on August of 2023 to 44% by August of 2028. So as we look at the next page, this shows us where we have been with goal 1. This is 3rd grade. And so this is the actual performance. You can see in 24, we actually went down from where we had originally started. But in 27, we went up, and we are on track currently to hit our 31% mark for this academic year. This is an important, this is foundational reading, and this is making sure that our students are leaving 3rd grade reading on grade level. And this goal, we have several different ways that we measure it. We measure it with our interim assessments, but we also recognized, and this comes through the work that we started doing with our our English language learner goals, that what is happening in the classroom in terms of the ways our teachers are instructing has really important effect on our students' ability to be reading at the grade level. And it seems like we would all understand that the teacher's impact on students' ability to meet this goal is critical. So we developed new goals new interim measures to really look at what are the teaching behaviors that we're seeing in these classrooms, and are they grounded in the research and the professional development we've invested in. So this is the goal for goal 1, which is 3rd grade reading. And then if you look on the next slide, similarly, this is the goal 4, which is our 8th grade reading. So 8th grade reading, you're going to see in 24, in 24, you can see we showed growth, but we didn't show enough growth. So the red shows we didn't quite hit it. Even though we showed a lot of growth in 25, again, we still didn't quite hit it. And so in 26, we have a goal of 38 that we are aiming to reach. That may be a tough goal to hit, but we are really working on focusing again on what are the teacher practices that we're seeing in the classroom that are helping us to get there. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Aylshire. Normally we would turn it over to Dr. Lloyd, but today it's Dr. Aylshire.
Good evening, President Trujillo, to our board, to our cabinet members, our community. I'll start by apologizing that Dr. Lloyd and Dr. Galletti I sent home, so you're going to get stuck with me. So my apologies on that one, but I will do my very best to imitate their intelligence as much as possible for you. So this is actually, I'm also going to be selfish. This is my favorite interim goal because this is the one that's about the art of teaching. A lot of the goals that we will be analyzing is really looking at, it's all about the art of teaching, but this is truly us looking at we had our incredible students with us this evening. They were talking about the difference in quantitative and qualitative data, which is just phenomenal to watch. And this is the qualitative work, right? This is us watching the art of teaching and really seeing the impact of our trainings that we've been so focused on and seeing if that is actually taking root with our teachers. So excuse me if I seem overly excited at 9:18, because this is actually a really cool goal. So to that end, you will take a look here, and what we're seeing here is, let me give you a little bit of background. So this is us taking a look at what we call structured English immersion strategies. So these are really the very, very best strategies that research has on supporting students that are emerging English language learners. But we know by looking at our data for all of our students are language learners, right? They're all in the process of mastering the English language in some capacity. And so the strategies that we are looking for and that are professional development has been so focused on is really embedding these practices every day for all of our students to see these outcomes and these results. We gather this data for these two different goals in a couple different ways, in one predominant way in the two different grade levels. So right here, what you're seeing here on goal 1.3, or the interim goal 1.3, is the observation work that we have done going into classrooms and seeing, are the practices that we have embedded in our professional development, in our trainings, actually happening in the classroom, right? So these are trainings that we're focused on and we believe are going to have the highest impact for our students. So the way this works is that the principal and members of our CNI team go to the schools and conduct at least 5 observations in first and second grade classrooms in all of our schools to determine how these practices are being implemented and to what fidelity these practices are being implemented. It's also important to note that we don't just go into English language classrooms, right? We don't just go into language arts classrooms. We go into math classrooms, social studies classrooms, music classrooms, intervention classrooms. We go, and so in the focus of coherence, we want to see these practices being emphasized by all of our teachers. The training that we provide for our language arts teachers in these areas is the same training we provide to our music teachers to make sure that they also have that appropriate amount of skills and training. What you will see here is that looking at cycle 1, which occurred in October, versus cycle 2, which occurred in November, with our target originally set for 45%, we are actually already exceeding that target by cycle 2, which is just the observations that just occurred in November. We're at 67% of the SAI strategies being measured and being seen in the classroom. I want to give a huge shout out to our language acquisition department. You will notice here, one of the major trends that you'll see here is the group that utilizes these strategies the most, and this should make sense, are those teachers that are endorsed in structured English immersion strategies, right? So this is actually a special certification you get on your teaching certificate to show that you've mastered, you've taken the classes for this. We are incredibly fortunate that we have our own homegrown program led by Ms. Marilu Gonzalez and Sarah Azari, who are at a Noel LLS concert, or conference. It's not concert. It is now 9:20 tonight, and would be here to join us. So again, I'm trying to represent Brilliance, but they do a phenomenal job of providing this level of training. We see that it's making the impact that we need it to be making for our teachers and growing our own teachers and our own training. If you move on to the next slide, you'll see that that trend continues. Now we're looking at 7th and 8th grade classrooms. My personal bread and butter are middle school teachers and our middle school students and the use of these strategies in these areas. Again, these are observations taken across all of our schools, 5 observations being done in every school, looking at 7th and 8th grade classrooms. It could be math, it could be social studies, small group, science, intervention. We didn't target, we just walked into the classroom and said, are these strategies, are these techniques being utilized? Again, you'll see in cycle 1, we went from baseline to 0% because we didn't know what we were going to find. In October, we saw about 57% of those classrooms that we entered utilizing these strategies with some degree of fidelity. By November, after some training that we conducted, this is the part where I now dance. Yes. All right. Phenomenal. We see that we are at 62%, which our goal was originally 45%. So we are boosting that goal for ourselves. We want to see in cycle by May, we're going to be exceeding that by over 70%. That's our own personal goal to ourselves that we'll be able to explain to and present to the board. Again, you will see some of the same trend lines. So this is really reassuring for us that our wannabe researchers in our department, that we see the SAI endorsed teachers are utilizing these strategies with the greatest degree of fidelity. And again, huge credit to our language acquisition department and the work of our teachers who are doing a lot of this off their own time to get this level of endorsement and this level of teaching and their commitment to it. So I want to make sure that I also emphasize when we talk about what we are going in and observing, these are the things specifically that we're observing. Anyone who has gone into a classroom to observe teaching, and I talk about the art of teaching, it is just incredible the amount of different strategies and things that teachers put into place on any given lesson. We are strategically focusing and training on these areas specifically, and we have placed them in the areas of and the board has heard us talk about this in our CNI department, and we'll continue to talk about it, the framework of belonging, coherence, and consistency. These are the goals of the entire department, all 7 departments that are within that CNI framework. These are the things that we're emphasizing and really, truly focusing on for our students and for our teachers. So for belonging, looking at agency, do the students have agency within what's going on in the classroom? Are they feeling like they can participate? Are they doing the thinking in the classroom? Are they participating in the lessons? Interaction, are students comfortable being vulnerable, participating in conversations and discussion, right? It takes a lot of vulnerability on the behalf of students to be able to participate, be able to discuss, be able to ask or respond to academic-based questioning. Really, really important to us, I cannot emphasize enough, is a coherence and access to grade level content. Are we being able to provide our students grade level content? And for students who might not be able to access grade level content where they're currently at, are we scaffolding the content so they still have access to it? Access and academic vocabulary that we're going to talk about. Our focus on this is going to be remaining a focus for us, introducing academic vocabulary for our students, and then being able to communicate clear expectations in the classrooms, being able to model, being able to give clear guided instructions for students. All of this, when we think about our very best teachers in our own personal lives, these were things our teachers really did well for us, right? They were clear, they created a sense of belonging, they embedded us with the academic vocabulary that empowered us as learners, and we are focusing on those strategies with our teachers now. You go on to the next slide. So this is actually a really cool slide as well. So this kind of breaks that now down for you in terms of specifically how we're seeing each one of those areas grow over time to get that final. So for grades 1 and 2, we have an average number of 51 observations, 51 different classrooms, individual classrooms that we went into. And again, you see that growth, right? You see that growth occurring in agency, interaction, access. What I do want to point out again is the work that we need to be doing in the area of academic vocabulary. If you'll see in both of those areas, we see areas that those are areas that are lowest scoring and areas that we want to keep focusing on. And it actually happens to be our focus for our professional development in the coming weeks. So we are hoping to see some impact on those when we come around to do another round of observations. So, in summary, what is working and what needs more attention? We are seeing that greater focus and including vocabulary strategies in lesson plans is beginning to get the awareness for our teachers about the importance of vocabulary. More work needs to be done in how that is implemented, how that is communicated, and how that is modeled. Ongoing coaching is being positively received by teachers. We have some phenomenal instructional coaches, but I also want to point out the role of our principals as really the first instructional coaches on those campuses. They have been going to training after training, and we had an all-day summer training on multiple days, 3 days, all over this. They have really embraced these concepts and are emphasizing this in their own teachings, in their own modeling, in their own coaching, in their own professional development. One area that we're incredibly proud of for our department this year is the collaboration that has been ongoing and strengthening between the EL interventionists and instructional coaches. They are our saying in our department now is #NoSilos. These 2 experts are communicating with each other, co-presenting professional development in front of the staff together, and really speaking the same vocabulary, same language, same training. And it's becoming incredibly clear that that is very powerful for our teachers and it's making an impact on their professional practice. And as I pointed out before, just how important it is to have that SEI endorsed teachers. Kudos to those teachers who are going through those courseworks. They're, like I said, doing that on their own time. But again, kudos to our own language acquisition department, because it's because of their relationships with our teachers that they are actually taking those classes and persisting through those classes. So thank you to them. What needs more attention? Always looking at how do we better prepare our teachers and making sure that they're intentionally planning. These instructional practices don't happen accidentally. You can go in and try, and you might hit 1 or 2, but to really do this well and do this effectively, you really need really strong instructional planning. things that, you know, really fundamentally that we need to be continuing to support our teachers on, especially with the curriculum that we continue to adopt and bring out. Ongoing and support on implementation of vocabulary routines. As you saw in the previous slides, that is definitely going to be an area that we're going to continue to focus on, is how we embed that academic vocabulary for our students. It is a language of power for our students to be able to access the content and be persistent as they go into high school, being able to talk that academic language. Training and modeling for instructional leaders on how to provide effective feedback. This cannot be understated. It's really great to walk into a classroom and see really great teaching. How do you coach? How do you provide that feedback to that professional in that classroom that is meaningful to them? That is work for our EL interventionists to do. That is work for our instructional coaches to do. That is work for our CNI team to do. Each and every single one of us in cabinet to do. We need to be a community of leaders and learners, and how to provide that feedback. And it's an art. Right? And then strategic use of language objectives. This is also critically important. This is one area that we saw in the observations, is making sure that in addition to the learning that we want students to accomplish, what is the language tasks and goals that we want them to master, and making sure that that's, again, really coherent, and making sure that's really a part of the teacher's planning. So all of those areas about what needs more attention are something that on almost a daily basis our teams are meeting about, thinking about different ways to implement those trainings, support those trainings, and really find the teachers that are doing phenomenal work, because there's a lot of teachers doing phenomenal work in this area, and video and highlight those teachers, because we know that the very best models of these practices are the colleagues themselves, and being able to do that. And so finding out where those phenomenal areas are happening and supporting those. So without further ado, yeah, if there are any questions, we're happy to take them. And again, thank you so much for your time.
It was my first presentation from you on this, so I really appreciate it. I think obviously a lot of great work has been done, a long way to go, and I look forward to seeing all that. I think one point of emphasis for me, you mentioned it in there, is finding ways. I guess the ask would be for you to bring us opportunities or ideas about how we can support you with helping exceptional teachers to not only like be congratulated, thrive, but also share best practices, find ways to explore different ways to honor what the additional work being put in. I think that for me personally, that's something I'm very focused on, and would love to see more ideas in that regard.
Absolutely. Our superintendent, when she first took the helm, stood in front of our entire all of our staff and said, we need to be our own best researchers. Right. So to that end, we don't go to outside agencies. We don't go to vendors to say, tell us the best practices. We know we have those within us. And so, you know, the part of the work that you guys do with the STAR Awards and recognizing those phenomenal teachers, that's part of it. Absolutely. Everyone likes to have a certificate. But how do we create our own library of those very best practices? And I would love opportunities to bring any member of board. We know who some of those teachers are. There is nothing that lightens the day than being able to go and see a teacher in their element and do the art. So I am happy for any board member we know who those teachers are. We're building up those teachers, and they are increasingly open up their classrooms to those type of observations.
I just want to share a small piece of info. So the beauty of having interim goals is the board sets the bigger goals, and then our superintendent will bring back the interims saying, this is, I think, a good way to help us monitor reaching our goal. So that's where the interims come in. So I'm just really appreciative, because I consistently see just the great work that the department and Mary Lou and her team just have implemented and carried out, and it just makes me really, really proud. So brilliance, phenomenal, all those words just really resonated, and just wanted to kind of touch on that briefly, so that way board members, our newer board members, know where those come from, where our interims come from, and then where the actual goals kind of were founded. So with that, do we have any other questions?
Madam President, if I may, just very quickly, I do think it's really important that the work that Mary Lou and Sarah have done has been phenomenal, and in typical fashion, that would only be seen in working with students who are English language learners. And what I really appreciate about Dr. Elshire's leadership and the work that the curriculum instruction team has done. He said this earlier, #no silos. And what's happened is the work that Sarah and Mary Lou have done has begun to morph into what we teach for all students, for whether you're an English teacher, a social studies teacher, a science or a math teacher. Even in special education, we're looking at these practices across all groups of students and implementing them. And we're starting to see that growth, and it's going from incremental growth to bigger jumps. And I'm just so proud of the work that the curriculum and instruction team has done. And as somebody who comes from the curriculum instruction area, I just really appreciate the work that the team is doing and look forward to taking our board members to visit those classrooms.
Thank you for making that connection. I, of course, see that, but you're right. That's where all this started. It's we have another goal number 3, which is pertains to our English language learners. So yeah, this feeds into all of those areas. We've got to be able to know how to read to process all the rest of the classes and everything else. So thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it and all the work that I can see going into this. And with that, I move that we accept and approve our progress monitoring report for board goal 1 and 4. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you kindly. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. With that, let's move on to our second monitoring report for Superintendent Guardrail 4.
Thank you, Madam President. So Superintendent Guardrail number 4, the guardrail states that the superintendent shall not allow the district to operate without a site budget process where resources are allocated equitably. And when we started this goal, the framework, if you can go to the next slide, was strictly looking at making sure that our sites had budgets.
We didn't use
2 years ago, our sites didn't have budgets, our departments didn't have budgets, and that was the impetus of this goal. So we accomplished that, but then we thought there are more things that we can do to help create more equity across the district. And so the interims that you see here are that we are supporting strategic tutors at focus schools, employing alumni and families. The idea being that we wanted to bring the people who are closest to the students at home and have them become strategic tutors. Unfortunately, because of budget constraints, we are not able to employ, but that's one of those areas where as we develop more partnerships, we can find ways to bring people in to provide this tutoring. But interim guardrail 4.2 is actually looking at those civic funds that we were talking about. And since we've been working on really beefing up what we bring in civic funds, how do we then in turn get that back to our students and to the schools? And so what's our formula for being able to do that? And then making sure that one of the things that we heard in the school closure process 4.3 was that some of our schools never took a single field trip. The students never got to go on a field trip. And we just thought that's not okay. That doesn't have equity. And so we committed to creating a series of different field experiences that no matter what school you attend, it will be district funded using civic funds for different grade levels, and it's aligned to the grade level curriculum. So now if we look at the next slide, 4.1, this is the one where we just didn't have the budget capacity. But given that we didn't have the budget capacity, we did do a partnership with the New Teacher Project. And this was initially started to work strictly with teachers at focus schools. And as we talked about the idea of caregiver support, we decided this would be a perfect way for our FACES, our Family and Community Engagement Specialists, to work specifically on the same literacy strategies that our teachers are learning. They would learn them and be able to deliver them to families at family meetings. And we are seeing some amazing examples of the family meetings. There's one of our schools, they've started doing this as a regular part of their family meetings. When they have a back to school night, there's a section that's devoted to teaching basic foundational literacy strategies, things like having, and this sounds gross, but sugar on a flat piece of board, and they write their letters in the sugar. And so you can imagine why that's gross, because it's little kids touching sugar and putting it in their mouths and touching sugar again. But it's a very tactile way to learn letter formation and to be able to do this. We also have examples of the teachers taking paper towel tubes and wrapping and putting the ending sounds of words, so they're learning rhyme. And then they put a different consonant blend or a consonant sound at the beginning, and they can start to see how to make these words. And so on the toilet paper tube, there's a round that goes around to make new words. So it'll go from cat to hat to bat. And it's just a great way for them to learn those consonants. And it's something any parent can do at home with given supplies. So that's been a really exciting way for us to engage our families in providing those early literacy activities. Our focus schools, we talked about that just a second, our Bethune and Edison are our early literacy focus schools. They are receiving additional monthly coaching from the New Teacher Grant, in particular in support to make sure that we are seeing the same kinds of foundational literacy. And we talk about the coherence, the consistency, and the belonging, and using those same strategies that we talked about in the walkthrough. This is coming back to how are we training teachers and how to do that. So we've done really intensive training at Bethune and at Edison with the New Teacher Project, and that's really helping us to take the research from opportunity makers and put it into practice in a way that's very concrete for those schools. In interim 4.2, this is the one where we're trying to find a way to make sure that every school has access to civic funds. One of the complaints that we had heard from the community was that some schools have more than other schools in terms of money to be able to do things that are fun and engaging, or they have access to familial capital that allows them to do different things. So we decided that what we would put together, and I may have to rely on Mr. Whittle to help us with this, but currently our earned civic funds as of December 1st were $351,915. We committed to putting 25% of that back to schools, so that gives us a rate of $87,979 roughly, or on average $7,998. In order to distribute it equally or equitably, we had to look at what would that look like. And so we said, if I'm at the lowest poverty level, so I have only 45% poverty and I'm an A school, I would be rated in the lower priority because I'm already accessing other things that are, and I don't have the same level of need. On the other hand, schools, and you'll hear Ms. Ovalle talk about this often, that Bethune is the poorest school in the district. We have a lot of poor schools in the district, but those would be at the highest priority and highest poverty level and the highest academic need. They're focus schools because their academics are lower and they have high poverty. And so they would be on the higher end of the spectrum. So we created this sort of sliding scale so you can see based on your poverty level and your academic need, that's what determines, and poverty level is determined by free and reduced lunch. That's what determines what amount of that average $7,998 you would receive. That is just based on what has been earned to date. We expect that by the end of the year, that number will be much greater, but you can see where having that extra money coming to a school can provide a coach for a chess team. It can provide after-school tutoring for a number of students who could provide opportunity for a coding academy. There are different things that schools can do, but now it becomes up to the schools to decide what is best for their students and their community with the input of their families. And now they know that they have this money and they're not having to try to generate it from other sources. In interim guardrail 4.3, This is employing our district-earned civic funds to go back to the school sites. And so here are the field experiences that we talked about. In kindergarten, we have every child gets to go to the Children's Museum, and we have a partnership with Children's Museum using our Dunbar School to park buses that are bringing students to the Phoenix Children's Museum. They park their buses at Dunbar while the children are in the museum. And in return, we get free admission for our children to go to the to the museum. So that's an example. First grade, it's Phoenix Zoo. Of course, if you're at the zoo school, you get even more opportunities to go to the zoo with that partnership. Second grade, we're looking at Phoenix Botanical Gardens. Third grade, the Western Spirit, Scottsdale Museum of the West. And fourth grade, Liberty Wildlife Refuge. So all of these are different programs that are in the near area. We either have free or greatly reduced entrance to these programs. And we are providing alignment to the curriculum, and then we provide the buses and make sure that every student in our district has opportunity to participate in these. We decided in 5th through 8th grade, we should create even more of these sorts of field experiences, because we know that one of the things we heard again from families when we were doing roundtables and from students is that they really love more hands-on and field experience learning opportunities. So we start in 5th grade with the George Washington Carver Museum and Junior Achievement Biz Town. In 6th grade, we go to the Musical Instrument Museum, and then I will not say this word correctly, but it is the Pueblo Grande Museum. In 7th grade, the O'Connor House and the Hurd Museum. And then in 8th grade, the South Mountain Community College Historic Walking Tour of the neighborhood, and then Junior Achievement Finance Park. These are guaranteed experiences for our children to receive, and we use the other part of the civic funds that isn't going back to schools for their discretion to provide this. And that concludes the presentation on guardrail number 4.
Thank you kindly. Any questions? All of my questions were answered in the presentation. Thank you for connecting those. Right, hearing none, I'd like to move that we approve our guardrail monitoring report for superintendent guardrail number 4. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you kindly. All in favor say aye, all opposed say no.
Aye.
Aye. With that, our motion passes, and we will move on to item F7. And I would like to move that we table this item for a future board meeting, just to take into consideration other memberships that we could either add to this or consider. So I feel like I'm rushing you into this decision, but any discussion on this, on my idea at least?
I think it's a good idea. Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, now I can't remember. Did I make a motion to do that?
Yeah, I second. Do you, to move to a,
Table.
yeah, to a future board meeting. Yeah.
Perfect. All in favor say aye, all opposed say no.
Aye.
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 Thank you kindly. With that, we'll move to item G1. Do we have any future agenda item requests this evening?
We have one. So we have a request for a presentation on the process for placing children with disabilities in private schools. And I can provide more details.
All right, hearing no other agenda item requests, the time is 9:47. I move that we adjourn our meeting at 9:47. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you kindly. All in favor say aye, all opposed say no.
Aye.
Aye. With that, our motion passes and we'll adjourn at 9:47. Our next board meeting, can you remind me of the date? Is it the
January the 22nd.
22nd, okay, perfect. I wish everybody a great holiday season. Staff, community members, students, everybody. See you next year. Wow. Merry
same.
Christmas, happy holidays.
Yeah.